Right, hello everybody, and welcome to day two of Cityscape. So, my name's Jordan Dagama. I'm the Head of Strategic Partnerships in the Middle East and Africa for the RICS, and I'm going to be the chair for today. So just a brief introduction to myself. I'm an RICS Chartered Surveyor, and I've been in the Middle East and Africa region since around 2013. I've got a background in property and construction, and I've worked within both industries, both in the UK and the UAE. So in my day job, I'm responsible for the development and delivery of market strategic plans for the RICS, and I also work heavily with our boards, government and industry to promote and support the RICS, our standards and thought leadership, in addition to our members in the region, of which we've got around 8,500. So it's my pleasure to welcome you all to day two of Cityscape Talks, happening as part of Cityscape Qatar. This is undoubtedly Qatar's most prestigious real estate exhibition, and so far we've had an exciting first day with sessions and presenters focusing on regulation, policy and framework, Qatar's commitment to sustainability, real estate as a safe long-term investment, and creating confidence in Qatar's real estate market to promote investment alongside many more topics and conversations. We've got an equally exciting and packed day today. And mortgages, monetizing of life initiatives and introducing social infrastructure for urban growth, which is a panel discussion on defining the future of real estate. And finally, to end the day, we have a Women in Real Estate panel discussion with the underlying topic of industry intersection, what lies ahead for the real estate industry in Qatar. Therefore, without further ado, let's get started with our first presentation, which is titled Enhancing Societal Wellbeing to Create Sustainable, Livable Urban Spaces by Revisualizing Cities in Hot and Arid Climates, which will be delivered by Nihar Mohammed Al-Salah, who is the Director of Programs at EarthNet. So just to give a bit of an introduction to Nihal. Nihal manages programs and projects related to innovative sustainability pilots that support policy development. She also manages the strategic initiatives relating to sustainability testbeds for Qatar Foundation. During her career in the oil and gas industry, which began with Occidental Petroleum Oman before moving to Qatar Shell, her area of focus was new business development, negotiations and system implementation projects in Qatar, Oman, Malaysia, the UK and the Netherlands. As a commercial lead and a business opportunity manager at Qatar Shell, she managed sustainable industrial solutions projects relating to water efficiency, energy efficiency and volatile organic compound capture. She has also served as a consultant for private and government entities in Qatar, and Nihal holds a bachelor degree in Finance and Management Information Systems from Boston University and a master's degree in Sustainable Development from SOAS University of London. Welcome to the stage, Nihal, and over to you.
That was a very long introduction for me. Apologies for that. But welcome, everybody. Welcome to today's presentation on the launch of our report, a report that we have worked very hard on in Education City, looking at how we can enhance livability and the community interactions and style in Education City. Allow me first to start by saying my name is Nihal, obviously. I'm not going to introduce myself again. I'm the Director of Programs at EarthNA, and on behalf of myself and our Executive Director, Dr. Gonzalo Castro de la Mata, it's a pleasure to be here at Cityscape today. I would like to first talk to you about before I do that, the screen is different than the presentation. So I'll talk to you a little bit about what EarthNA is and who we are. We are a think tank, a Center for Sustainable Development under Qatar Foundation. Our vision is about looking at sustainable societies in hot and arid environments. We focus through our programs on different aspects of sustainability, defining what sustainability is in terms of frameworks and understanding what it means for Qatar and climate similar to Qatar, including its circular economy and how we can enhance that. Looking at energy transition and climate change, as well as programs around biodiversity and ecosystems. Obviously, today's case study presentation is linked to one of our programs, which is Cities and the Built Environment. And we also ensure that throughout all our programs, we focus on education, ethics, and faith, because at the end of the day, we are an educational precinct, and we want to ensure that we embed a lot of traditional knowledge and merge contemporary science with it to ensure that policy advocacy in Qatar is very relevant to us, to our DNA, to who we are as a country. Now, our approach is three-pronged. We look at policy analysis and advice, like any think tank. The ultimate thing is to develop policy advocacy and look at ways at enhancing countries and their governance. Another thing we do is looking at sustainability testbed, which is really the niche that I focus on within my job. And then we have the advocacy and outreach part. And many of you may know, EarthNA runs the Qatar Sustainability Week, as well as the National Dialogue, which just recently finished last week. And I see many familiar faces that we had seen there last week. So thank you for always coming and supporting. Again, there's disconnect. So going on to why we're here today. As I mentioned, we're launching the case study for a piece of work that I did on social data analytics and really understanding the precinct of Education City, understanding how our social return on investment in terms of our infrastructure really is and what the baseline of it is. So I will go later into describing how we did that. But really, it started off with this, placemaking. We wanted to take a look at Education City and look at how we transform the public spaces within Education City into vibrant and welcoming areas through many different ways. It could be through community engagement, through implementation of environmentally friendly ideas and concepts, but also looking at the culture of Education City, looking at how we connect. Is our infrastructure creating that bridge from a social perspective to allow our students to interact, to allow our staff to get to know each other? And a lot of it is based, yes, on infrastructure, but also that there's that small capability and opportunity for us to do these small enhancements, either through tactical urbanism or looking at our program development to ensure that placemaking is really at the heart of how we enhance our beautiful precinct. So a little bit about those of you who may be seeing placemaking for the first time, which I doubt because of the theme of today's conference. It's about designing places for people. And at the heart of it, you can see from what's on the screen right now, it's taking a place that may be lacking its vibrancy and that social aspect of bringing people to it. And a lot of it is about collecting data. Now, we can rely a lot on smart cities. We can do a lot of surveys, but one unique way that we chose to look at it is to work with a company called Neighborlytics, which takes data, social data, and turns it into opportunities for us to transition a location into something that is more meaningful for the community. And so we need to do a lot of urban, social, and economic design combined together holistically, and then through that have an urban plan. Now, obviously, Education City is a city that's been around since 1995. We have 50 entities. It's 12 kilometers large, and so there were interventions that could be done. You already have this magnificent precinct. How do you work off it a lot more than what it currently is, and what are the opportunities and gaps that are there? So, we asked ourselves, what does the future look like? And allow me to put a little bit more context before I go into the actual case study and what we found. We know that the best kind of neighborhoods and the best kind of cities are cities that are flexible, are cities that are designed in a way that build in equitability, they build in beauty, they build in a way to connect people together. They have a variety of socioeconomic offerings, and so that's something we wanted to embed into Education City. But we didn't want to be another shopping district. We didn't want to be another residential district. Education City is an innovation district. And so in order to be an innovation district, we wanted to know how we could hit all these KPIs of community involvement, environmentally friendly spaces, culture, environmental equity and impact, economic growth, safety and accessibility. How do you hit all these and still stay true to your DNA as an innovation district and a place that is an educational district for people? So that's what got us to work with Neighborlytics and start zoning into specific characteristics that would help us understand what we already knew really in our district. Sometimes it's easier when you're doing a benchmark to see it visually. And the beauty of the social data analytics application that we did is that it allows a very visual way of looking at the district performance. And the characteristics we focused on were volume, so what is the density of the activity that's happening in the district. We looked at the character, what are the reasons for people to go to a place? If you go to the Pearl, I guarantee you, you're either going there to eat, or you live there, or to exercise, or to go watch a movie, or to go to the Monoprix. There are specific reasons why you go to a place. And so looking at reasons for visiting a place is something we wanted to understand in a more concrete way. We know people come to study in Education City. We know people come to research, but there must be more to it than that, and we want to ensure that we have that capability to provide to the community. Next, we looked at variety, is what is the mix of things. And as we know, a very one-path development doesn't attract people. People want variety. People want to come and do multiple things in a district rather than just do one thing. And how do we attract people to Education City to make sure that they're coming to the district, they're learning more, they are having a great meal, they are exercising and doing a lot more than just coming to be educated. Then we look at vitality, which a lot of my teammates here would tell you is my favorite characteristics that we look at. Because later in the presentation, when I show you the in-depth analysis, you'll be able to see how significant that is for an urban planner and how important it is for urban developers to understand the vitality of a district. And we did a lot of heat mapping based on that, which I think is really cool, and I'll show it to you in a bit. And finally, relevance. What do people care about? And it's hard to quantify relevance, I think relevance was one of the trickiest things for us because through the drill down in the data, we understood that different places had meanings to different people. And what would bring someone to a specific place could mean something completely different to someone else. And so how do we enhance what is lacking? How do we bolster and boost what is already available? Those are things that we have been discussing with our master plan team, who have been our partners throughout this whole process to understand the data. And finally, we looked at the question of when will we be successful? As I mentioned, great districts are evolving districts. Great districts are districts that can continue to always change with time and continue to be relevant. And I see many people building things and celebrating them right away. And I'm not a promoter of that. I believe that the success of a place comes much later than that. Few years down the line. Yes, celebrate building a district, but really, really, really the success of it is how it affects the community later on. And so this is really what we wanted to focus on, is making sure our economic assets, the physical assets that basically provide that social connection. You use infrastructure to create the social connection. And then the networking assets. What programs do you have in place? What activities do you have in place? What events are you holding in that place that keep it relevant and meaningful? So as I said, Education City is an innovation district. And to continue adding context to why we did this work before you see the findings, we wanted to make sure that Education City continues to be at the forefront of what a sustainable educational district is. And benchmarking against the top places in the world is obviously a no-brainer. So what we did was we chose 10 of the most relevant innovation districts in the world that we felt aligned very much to what Education City does. There were many other great ones, but in terms of the mix of offerings, those were the districts we benchmarked against, and we compared our data to them. And then we decided to do something a little extra. We went and looked at the local relevance of districts in Qatar. So we benchmarked against 5 other districts, which are Qatar, the Pearl, Aspire, Musharraf with the Souk area, and the museum area. That's not to say we want to be like these areas. That's not the point. The point is there are success factors that add to the footfall and the fun and the entertainment and the social connection in those places. You learn when you go to the museum district. You feel healthier when you go to Aspire. You have a variety of offerings when you go to places like the Souk or Musharraf. So these are the things that we thought, through benchmarking, we could learn to do better in Education City. And we created the platform for Neighborlytics with the team of Neighborlytics in Australia to basically do an area-wide study. So here you will see that they studied Australia, which is one of the countries that has a significant amount of data for the platform. And we did similar things for Education City. And then we did an insights report where we looked at details of the neighborhoods within Education City and surrounding it. And finally, looking at filtering and doing deeper analysis of the tool. And the way we captured this data, because some of you are always wondering, how did you come up with this data? The way we captured this is through crowdsourced maps. So this really helps us see what the neighborhood offers, looking at the different businesses, the different places, what we call places. So it could be anywhere from a gym to a restaurant to a hotel. All of these are places. And then looking at mobile phone movement ethically, all open source, And then understanding social chatter that is also open source and available for us to understand, because a lot of people will tell you exactly their feedback without you having to put a lot of effort in it. And then looking at ratings and reviews. Granted, a lot of reviews sometimes may not be accurate because of specific situations, but when you have a large number of data, you're able to kind of sift through a lot of those outliers. So really, this is how we captured a lot of the data to understand the precinct. We geo-fenced the area that we were taking data for Education City and the benchmarks, and then we compared them. So what did we learn from that study? Oh, and one more thing I forgot to mention is the data capture for what we did was on a 2-week period before the World Cup, because we wanted to understand how Education City functions in normal hours when school is in, during a hot period of time, not during summer holidays when it's empty. So really critically understanding how our precinct functions in a hot, arid environment, because if you solve for that, then you don't have to worry about the cooler seasons. So what did the data tell us? When we compared Education City, the main Education City, or Education City with some of the surrounding areas around it, we found 4 major things that made us think, okay, this is interesting, let's dig deeper into it. We have a large variety of things happening. However, it's low volume compared to the cohorts. So if you compare Education Cities places, we are 200 to 300% less. So as an urban developer or a commercial entity, that is a great revelation. It means there are opportunities to develop the economic infrastructure within an Education City. It allows you to say, oh, we need more what? And then you dig deeper into the data and you find out the mix of things that are available. And then as a city developer, you know how to modify your offerings, pitch an idea, open a restaurant, open a hotel, whatever is needed based on these findings. The second thing is low vitality. So we saw an opportunity within the data findings of improving walkability. It's a beautiful district. It has many pathways. It has great green areas. But we realized there are areas that people want to get to and from where the desire lines are not there. And that was a great opportunity, because what happened as a result of it was an actual pilot where we built shaded pathways to connect those areas and to enhance walkability in the precinct. And so there is an example of how healthy living has been influenced because of findings of this study. We have a good diversity and strength in our community. I think that one is not a shocker for everyone, given it's a school district and a community district. And then, so for that one, we thought, let's focus, even though we're doing well, let's focus on which opportunities we have there to boost that. So programs, one of the things we came up with after having this discussion with the strategy team is the concept of multiversity. And what that means, multiversity, is really having everyone in Education City work together. If you're a researcher, a student, normal staff, how do we enhance our precinct? By working together. And so one of the findings for that was to allow students from one university to take credits in another. That way, you have students going from one building to another, meeting new people, having more ideas, boosting your education and your experience in the university through that. So this is an example of how social data analytics can also enhance education, can enhance people's knowledge, just through the simple thing of creating that physical ability for people to go from one place to another to meet people. And finally, relevance. So, this one's an interesting one because we were confused as to why our relevance was moderate. Because it's a place of relevance, right? It's an innovation district. And sometimes data will tell you something is negative when it actually isn't. And there's a small tweak you can make that will completely change the whole reality. And what we found in relevance is that we needed to work on our digital strategy. There was a lot of relevance in Education City. It was just that someone, somewhere, in some parts of it, didn't geotag a library or didn't geotag an art piece. And so today, people walk around with their phones. They don't walk around with a map or, if you're as old as me, a yellow book to find out where to go. What we do is we use our phone. And if it doesn't exist on Google, it's not even next to you if you're standing next to it. And a digital strategy was something that we found out through that study. And immediately after geotagging a few of our art pieces, we realized the relevance number shot up drastically. And it meant that the people who are going to visit our art, Matahaf Modern, and all the other areas within Education City, they're checking in. So that checking in gives the place relevance. So we'll go into a little bit of in-depth visualization of what it means. So when I speak about volume, and remember, volume is the density of activity, you will see that, as I mentioned, we could do with a lot more development in terms of the district and the offerings. So looking at restaurants, nighttime economy in specific places, because you don't want to do a nighttime economy next to a student housing, obviously. Hotels, we realize there is a need for affordable 3 to 4 star hotels near or in Education City. And if you look at the comparisons and the benchmarks, it shows we're doing okay, but not where we really should be. Granted, these areas are a lot bigger and a lot more older than Education City. So they are way ahead of the curve if you look at how the master plan has developed over time. So I just need to make that clear. Now, in terms of variety, when you drill down into the data and you look at our benchmark to other cohorts, and the cohorts are the pink lines, you see that, for example, let's take community. We're doing a lot better than innovation districts internationally when it comes to community. Why? Because really, Education City is an innovation district, but it focuses a lot on community, a lot more than what you would see in other innovation districts. And that's why we're off the charts on that one. But if you look at business and services, there are opportunities there for us to do more. General services, beauty, apparently we need more beauty outlets. And also, if you look at destinations, we can offer more variety. So we're doing very well on arts and culture after we geotagged. Compared to international cohorts, we can do a little better on accommodation, and there's an opportunity also to look at hospitality outlets within the district. And when I say hospitality, we drilled down to understand what kind of hospitality, which you can do through the platform, and we found out that it's not your, high-end restaurants. What we needed was things that are more affordable for students, because that's mostly our community. So it's really a powerful tool to make you understand what will succeed and what won't. If you compare to the regional cohort, it's very clear that we're doing very well across many things. Once again, we're very strong in community, which is really our DNA. And then when you look at businesses, and when you look at physical assets, nobody can argue that we have some of the most amazing assets in Education City. So we're doing very well there. In terms of destinations, a lot of people like to go to Education City, enjoy Oxygen Park, the Longines Arena, But when we drilled down there, we realized what we can do more of is the programming, linking the programming in one area to another. When somebody comes to a shakab, they go to see the horse riding, the equestrian events, but they don't enter Education City. So how do you build in a program to attract people to actually have a full day in Education City? So they go to the shakab, and then from there they drive to the Oxygen Park, have a nice healthy picnic there with their kids, or maybe go for a walk and exercise, and then from there take the tram across to Matef Modern, see the art, and go home. That's a full day that has just boosted the economy of a 12-kilometer precinct. Now to my favorite part, which is vitality. So using the data capture that I mentioned, you look at the hotspots, the linkages between places. Where are people going and focusing their time on? And you'll notice that there's a line here and a line on the other side of Education City. So at the bottom is El Shafi Street, which is a commercial street in Qatar that's full of like many different services. And so a lot of people go there. But the interesting thing is, if you see here, this is our golf course. There's an opportunity to build that bridge to boost the economy, the well-being, people here using our facilities. And so if we can find a way to build a connection from Shafi Street to the golf course, or maybe build a connection to other places, to Ashaka, that way it's not only looking at the economic value, but it's really looking at the social return of investment in our infrastructure and how to bring more people to utilize Education City and enjoy it a lot more. For a lot of people I interviewed in the south part, they didn't even know about the health facilities we have in Education City. So that goes back to two things: creating the need for them to go in there, and two, once again, the digital strategy. How do you get people to know? How do you advocate for people to come to our open campus? So we asked the question saying, okay, fine, people are coming and we have the heat maps, this is all great, we're learning a lot more, but what are the things that bring them there? So we separated those heat maps into different subtypes and understood what kind of people come for different purposes. And so this heat map shows you the concentration of people coming in for specific things. So for retail, as you can see, we have a hotspot somewhere in the north part, and then the rest is all the surrounding areas. And so we know that we need to come up with a strategy to have people look at the whole area as a potential retail opportunity. In terms of hospitality, space, and nature, that's another one. You see the dark spot there, that's Oxygen Park and Turba Market. So a lot of you may know we have a Saturday market held regularly during the good weather, and so it attracts a lot of people there. And initially, that was in another area. So what we did was we moved the market to the area of Oxygen Park. And that was actually a decision, a strategic decision based on the data findings. If we move the market next to the park, then people will go to the market and go to the park. If the market had stayed where it was initially in Ceremonial Court, which was really far, most of the people visiting Education City will come to the market, eat, and leave. And so, as of yesterday, we finished our secondary data capture to see how the vitality has changed between last year, the last capture, and this capture this year. Another way to look at it is what's the vitality between day and night. This is useful for places to understand how the economy shifts, how footfall shifts. For example, if you do a similar thing in the Pearl, it will look very different. In Education City, as you can see, in the nighttime until dawn, it's not really happening, but that's a good reason. We don't want people coming and wandering in the middle of the night because there's nothing really happening. But are there opportunities for us to look at that could potentially work? Maybe away from the student housing, if the strategy is to go that way. So it gives you that optionality to understand your precinct. And finally, relevance. And I mentioned that we found out we're very relevant. It was just a digital strategy situation, but there was something we could learn, and that's something we learned through looking at the museum district. The museum district has a really good digital strategy. And through learning how they do it, how they get people to interact with the work and the programs they're doing, we were able to get in contact with the different 50 entities within education, well, not all 50, but most of them, to get them to start looking at how they geotag their locations and how they add interactions to them. So, in conclusion, I just wanted to say that I may not be an urban planner, but I do love data. And I think there is a lot of power in data. And this has been a great case study and a learning experience for someone like me. Just through this process of working on the strategy of Qatar Foundation and looking at doing a baseline for how cities are developed and understanding placemaking potential. Where can we enhance certain places? We came up with a very visual, helpful way to understand our district and to confirm what we already knew and to kind of let us pivot from certain beliefs we had about our precinct that could potentially be enhanced and done in a better way. So, for EarthNA, this has been an important case study because it allowed us to look at certain pilots that were needed. And so we're working on, as I mentioned, shaded pathways. We're looking at developing food facilities and ways to get the students to have better access to healthier food within the precinct so that their carbon footprint is not higher and they're not ordering talabat. Not that we don't love talabat, we all do, but you know, making sure that their food journey is a lot smaller. And also through the gaps and opportunities and through doing this time series capture of the data year on year, you're able to see how your precinct is developing. And I go back to saying good precincts are precincts that are flexible and can evolve. And so the time series will help you gauge your KPIs and gauge if you're doing a good job or not. And tactical urbanism, those small, cheap, quick fixes that you can apply on the precinct, with time, if you see they're not working, it's easy to shift them to another place and see if it's working. And I think for areas where budgets may be an issue, or not even, it doesn't necessarily have to be a place where budgets are an issue, but it is actually a cheap way to kind of look at what works before you make big infrastructure decisions. A lot of this work has happened between EarthNA and many of our entities, obviously our master plan team, our capital projects team, our city operations team. We had many workshops with our student body where we got feedback on the findings to kind of sanity check the data, and also with our leadership to kind of gauge where they are in terms of what direction they would like to take. So really, ultimately, this is a good case study to also look on a smaller level of how Education City can promote this type of work on a wider scale in Qatar. So if we apply the same platform across the whole country, what are the findings? It'll be really interesting to see how those findings would influence the urban plan that is currently underway. So thank you very much for your time. I hope I didn't bore you, but I'll leave you with this last slide. One of the really cool things that we did during this study is look at social chatter, as I mentioned. And I thought this was a very beautiful way of crystallizing what Education City is for the people that come there. And the more mention of something, the bigger the word is. And as you can see, it really, really made us happy to see that gathering with friends, environment, hustle and bustle were some of the big words that were used on social chatter. And it's a good indicator and a good visual to show you what your identity is. If ever a precinct looks at understanding what they mean to people, this is a great way to visualize it. Thank you. The report is on our website. So if anybody would like to go to earthna.qa, you will find the report posted there. We've left a few copies there in case you would like to see the findings as well. Thank you.
So I just want to say a big thank you to Nihal for that presentation and case study. I found it really, really interesting, some of the breadth and depth of research that goes into figuring out what we do with some of the urban spaces that we live, work and occupy in on a daily basis. So I thought it was a really good presentation, so thank you very much. Up next, I'd like to welcome to the stage Mansour Ahmed. Mansour Ahmed is the Executive Director of Advisory and Valuation and the Head of Development Solutions, Healthcare, Education and Public-Private Partnerships at Colliers. Just a little bit about Mansour's background. He's been in the MENA region since 2010. He has over 20 years of experience in consulting and applied economic research at Colliers, Ernst & Young and Anderson Consulting worldwide, in addition to Mansour Real Estate PLC. Today Mansour's going to be discussing the following topic, monetising the quality of life initiatives and introducing social infrastructure for urban growth. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Mansour.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. So I think I will basically going to carry forward what Ms. Nihal was presenting. It is basically the social infrastructure and the quality of life, and we will be presenting little bit more than that. What Ms. Nihal presented is that we will also going to present based on our 20-year research in the region, how these initiative, which Ms. Nihal was also talking about, has actually impact the quality of life and in the end how it will translate into dollars basically. And this is like what we have gathered the information for almost 25 years, and this is the basically a summarization of that. So I think what we are basically the main this presentation and this report will also be available to you, is that quality of life and social infrastructure make a development into a destination where people can keep on coming again and again and make it a destination. I think so that's the basically is the idea of this presentation, which is based on our work which we have done, is that how to change development into destination. Just to tell you a little bit that we have worked a lot with Qatar before the World Cup, a number of projects, Qatar Fan Island, old port redevelopment, Education City we are talking about, but we also work with Barwa on Qatar University, the development they are doing, Qatar Zoo and many other projects. So we are quite familiar with the Doha market, and we have done a lot of projects where in many of the projects the aim was not return on investment. It was to put Qatar on the map of the world and make it a statement basically. So the report will be available. I'll go into detail another. So so I think the first thing is what is a happy city? And we are talking about now at a bigger scale, where we're talking about how to make a city a happy city and what it's entailed to make a city happy city. And then I'll come to that while you spend so much money on infrastructure and other to convert into city a happy city, how it reflects in monetary terms to the development which will take place in the city at a later stage. So there is number of based on United Nations and other entities and others. So there is this one is at national level which talk about climate, pollution, services, political violence and hard infrastructure, roads and everything. Then we look at the city level, which is the quality of housing, healthcare, schools and other education, cultural and recreation resources and public services. And then we go to the individual level, and individual level is not the development, it is the individual, the human being, which is disease pattern, physical remoteness, which is really gone wild during the COVID days, personal happiness, mental well-being, and the crime ratio. So these are 15 different set of, there's a lot of research and other thing is being done for each of them, thousand and thousand of pages, but this is basically what make a city. So you need to look at the national level, then city level and individual level. And that when you basically combine all those things, the ultimate aim is that people who are living in that city, they are happy. They have all the resources available which make their life happy, because that is not, at end of the day, is aim of any country or city, to keep their people happy. Then if you go to, when we're looking at the designing of the big city, you look at the walkability. Obviously this will be different depending upon the climate. In Europe and other, maybe there is more walkability, but in climate like this in the Middle East, it is it is less. But then how the things are, people are making it shades and other, the new strategies which been taken by the urban designers, they enhance the walkability. Then we talk about the smart city, how connected the city is, what is internet penetration and the quality and everything is there. One important thing is that everybody looked at bringing the new brands and everything from all over the world. That's good. But how also to support and grow the local businesses. That is also one of the key things to develop a city, a happy city, to instead of just importing everything, you are looking to grow whatever they specialize, how to grow that. And obviously the last stage is, which is linked to so many things, is walkability, and other is the amount of green spaces and the quality of green spaces. You can do a lot of green spaces, but if nobody is using it, it is not of any relevance. So I think what is happy city, as I summarized before, that happy city is where people or the families are living happily and all the social infrastructure and business and other is being provided to them. They look forward to live there and don't look forward to move out from there. And it is not in the Middle East, where a lot of countries where expats population is more than the local population. It's also in very established countries in Australia and US and other, where people move from one city to another city because there is more opportunities are in those cities. So it's nothing to do with having more expats or less expats, or more national population or less national population. It is focus on the human, not on their nationalities. As I said, quality of life is one of the main things. Then social unity, how you basically interact with different income levels, different nationalities, and different religion and all those sort of things. Obviously, another thing is economic prosperity. How, if somebody is living in how they will basically will move from one income bracket to another income bracket. That's human nature. Everybody wants to do better and more over the period of time. Mental and physical health, especially after the COVID, it is becoming a very important factor, and a lot of countries and cities are looking at is mental and physical health, the working hours, after that how you spend your life. Can you go to the park nearby, and if the children are happy, the food and all those sort of things. Sustainable development, it is also relating to the solar energy and all those sort of things, that how you reduce, while you are developing all this big infrastructure and everything, how you reduce the burden on the natural resources. And obviously one of the important things is retention of the talent. A lot of people come and they basically stay few years, and it's not the Middle East cities, it is also the Singapore, the Hong Kong, the London and other. They stay in few years, learn something, and then the talent move from one place to another place. So how to retain that talent, that is one of the other important thing. To make, they will only be retained if there is, the city is happy, which all the 15 factors which I talk about. And we basically looking at equality. There is a lot of data and which will be available in the report. So in presentation, we are not going to go into that details. The equality, the health facilities, the education facilities, the freedom to choose what you want to do. Generosity, which is normally is a very big thing in Middle East countries, because the nature of the government we have it, they spend a lot of money to keep people happy, and it's not just again I would emphasize that being here for 25 years or so on only the national, but whoever living in those cities and country, social relationship, ease of moving from one place to another, whether it's work, education, entertainment, and everything. Condition and surrounding where you're living, how safe that place is, and all those sort of thing, and safety of all sort of safety, which is very much there in this region. Going little bit more, what else? Hard infrastructure, the roads and everything, social infrastructure, which is health, education, research, social sciences and everything, green and open spaces. And as I said, it's not the quantity, it's the quality. Housing, do you have housing for everyone? Somebody who is earning 5,000 Riyal also, or somebody who is earning over 100,000 Riyal also. So every segment is being targeted. Economic and job climate, how sustainable is the jobs and everything, and can you basically plan to live in this city for 10 years, 20 years or so on. The quality of water and air, that's becoming very important now in last 10 years, 15 years or so. Diversity is in every sense, it's in social infrastructure, in people and interaction between them. Community belonging, you consider a place as your home, not a house. I think that's basically the right thing, that you consider the community become your home, not a house. Because if you talk about house, then you're just thinking about yourself, not the people are living around them. So I think if we summarize all these things, this is basically we talk about happy city, and that's what we are doing a lot across the region. Not the new development, but existing development. There's a lot of redevelopment we are doing all over the places, from Medina to Cairo and other places, where you are looking old communities which are basically 50-year-old, 100-year-old, how to basically, and then obviously the new one which here in Qatar and other places we are doing it. So I think before I jump to the social infrastructure, the summarization is that you can build building, but how to make money out of them is depend upon the people who are living there, and they would like to make those buildings or destination as their home, not a house. And so it's not the property, it's the people. You can spend the money, make whatever you want to make, but if there are no people there, those places will be dead. And this is, I think the key message which we want to give. And so I think there are many factors. I will not go into detail because I've already looked at it. This is summarization of that, and as I said, the report will be available to you. And basically, how a debt community can become is just an illustration that how a debt community can become a very vibrant community if you provide all these things basically. Now I think what the second is that how when you spend all those monies and everything, how it will reflect that in return on investment to the developer, to the end user and other, because at the end of the day the government spend the money, create the infrastructure and other, but to bring individuals, whether they are developer or individual investors and other, how this whole thing will going to impact that, and that is the social infrastructure and what are the price premium you can get. And this is just to, as I said, that this is based on our almost 20-year data. Mostly we have this thing from Cairo and Dubai, because we looked at the communities, Arabian ranches which was built 20 years back, how the prices has increased and what are the factors, or in Cairo, Khatamia and other places, how something built and over a period of 20 years, when the infrastructure is social infrastructure is introduced, how it become more popular, which reflected higher rent, higher occupancy, more when you are selling it higher prices, and people are not living there. So that is actually based on our actual research or our database for almost 20 years. So I think we divide that price premium into tier 1 and tier 2. Tier 1 is residential community where we looked at how entrance and exit is there, the use of real estate or retail, commercial and retail uses, because just creating retail doesn't mean anything. You need to make sure that you create the retail which is people require basically. Education and healthcare facilities, open spaces, the brand of the developer, which is very important. And because when you create a community where all these things are being basically available, and you consistently do that without taking the name of, I don't want to take the name of developer, but when those developers launch a new community or new product, their sale is almost 2 to 2.5 times more than somebody who do just average communities, because people perceive that because this developer has done 10 previous community where everything he promised was provided, so this new development will also have that. And what is you need to do always innovate and do something better than your competitors. Then tier 2 is then going to the individual, the golf course view, the water view, the garden view, close to the garden, close to the master plan community, the unit layout, and what kind of facilities are there, pool, gym and other. So we have actually gathered data for each of these things, and then see that how the prices go up from having these things or not having this thing. So basically what we are looking is that all these things make multi-use community to a mixed-use destination, and that is everybody would like to have, that people enjoy it, and the developers, they want to make more money basically. So looking at all these things putting together, Based on our actual research, you can get minimum 15% premium and up to 45% premium when you introduce all these things in different community. And this is, again, I repeat, is based on our actual research for 20 years, and we monitor it year by year, and that's it. So basically, if you do that, if you just do it without thinking, you will still get around 15%, but if you do it with thinking, what retail is required, what type of school is required, what is the syllabus of that school, what should be the tuition fees, what would be the student mix and other, you actually get up to 45% premium. And this is hardcore data, which is, and based on basically Middle East, mostly from, I would say, I repeat, Dubai and Cairo, because they've been developing this thing for last 20 years or so, and there was too many benchmarks are there. In other cities and other, you have 2 benchmarks and 3 benchmarks, but here we have like 20-30 benchmark in Dubai, 20-30 benchmark in Cairo. But we are actually applying this thing to other cities when we are doing that, and we are seeing the result after 3, 4, 5 years. But because there will be 2 different data sets, one is 20 year and one 3 to 5 year, so we have not including, maybe in 10 years, inshallah, if I still be here, I'll be presenting that data also. So I think going into very quickly, as I said, report will be there. Price premium could be 15 to 30%. Development brand premium for developer could be 25 to 30%. And brand premiums of the product could be 35 to 45%. The detail are there. I don't go into detail. I'm going to jump some of them. So water views, and when you go down to individual properties, water views and proximity to water is 10 to 30% premium. Community park and proximity to community park and park views in other is 5 to 20%. There's a lot of golf courses in the region. Golf courses is 15 to 20% premium. It's both in terms of sale price as well as rental. We are talking about then there's a lot of equestrian. It's becoming quite popular in the region, and we have seen it. We have done number of projects, 5 to 20% there, and overall destination you can get 10 to 30% premium. And so this is again hardcore data. We are talking about, when we talk about COVID days and other, one thing which is we are helping lot of developers is that working from home is still there are people or companies who want people back in office, but mostly with what we have seen is still 2 days people work from home. So how you basically create an office which at home, while it's a small space, but it looks like that you are sitting in a home, not in a kitchen or something, doing those video calls. So I think that is becoming a quite something which is still do a lot of premiums. And there's a detail which we will provide you. So I'll just summarize with 2-3 more slides. So one is park open spaces and walkability. The premium is 4 to 33%. And this is again, we looked at how far you are from the park, 10-minute walk, 5-minute walk, can you see the park, and all those sort of things. So this is basically based on actual data, 4 to 33%. And we are talking about all garden views, and 4 to 6% if you have a garden view and all those sort of things. But overall community premium can be 10 to 15%. F&B, retail and F&B, especially F&B is becoming now, and not a necessity, is becoming a social interaction. In a community which cater to the demand, the age, the income bracket, the nationality, the mix and other, it is 15 to 20%. And there's a lot of detail about coffee shops and fine dining and everything. school is becoming one of the most important, because if you have the right school, you can keep a family for 10 to 15 years in that community. So when we say school, lot of developers will say, okay, I have given a land for 20,000 or 30,000 for the school, and somebody will come and take it and build it. But if you have the right British, American, local, whatever is the system, right brand, right tuition fees, because you don't want to offer a school where the villa is $1,000,000, but the school fees is 100,000 per annum. So there won't be a mix and match. So right school will give you 10 to 15% premium, but important thing is that once a family comes, they normally stay till the children graduate. So it's like you otherwise people jump from one community to another community when a new community will come, because they offer but if the good school is there, they will think not twice, thrice about is going from there. And school distance is also 20 to 30-minute drive time, not more than that. Ideally, it should be 9 to 15 minutes. And again, I don't want to take the community names and brand. How a couple of communities that really become successful just having 2 or 3 right schools. Important thing, we work on all the retail shops and everything in Qatar Rail and Doha Metro also. Transportation and accessibility, not more than 10% walking distance from the metro and rail and other. The actual data which we have, you have around 10 to 15% premium, but it's not just the premium. If you look at, if I take the example of Dubai, the metro station in 10 to 15% area where people can walk, the occupancy always remains around 90%. In other area, the occupancy may go down, but in those areas, the occupancy always remain around 90% or so. So I think that's basically is summarization, and we think that you should consider a development not from a concrete another. You should consider a development like you are cooking a food and have the right destination so that the people like it. So I think that's basically is the our conclusion. That again repeating that based on the data of 20 more year in data, you can get up to 45% premium on the same development which you do without having the social infrastructure. Thank you very much. And again, this presentation will be available for all of you to download. I don't have, printed copies. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, big thank you to Mansour there for that presentation. I thought it was again really interesting. It actually made me think of something. I've lived in Dubai for around 10 years, and one thing that I've noticed with one particular developer in Dubai is they do their landscaping first, and I think it's genius because they do their landscaping before they even launch.
Yeah.
And when they do launch, people obviously drive to go and see what the new development's like, and the landscaping's up, it looks fantastic. So already you've got a premium on your sales. So yeah, really good presentation, really enjoyed it. We're a little bit over time. We are going to stop for a lunch break now. I think it's, 25 to 3. So the plan is to come back at 3 o'clock for our panel discussion. So thank you very much.
Checked. Right, hello everybody. Welcome back. I hope you've all managed to get something nice for lunch. We're going to start the session this afternoon with this panel discussion, where we're going to be looking at defining the future of real estate in Qatar. So the question is, and I want to open the conversation. Well, in fact, before I do that, I'm just going to get the panel to introduce themselves. So we'll start with the person to the left of me and move down the line, and then we'll get to the discussion.
Thank you, Jordan. Salam alaikum. Thank you, Cityscape, for inviting us here. I am the CEO of Hakondo, Ahmed Ali Al-Khinji. We have a booth actually there if you would like to have a look at us. We are a real estate portal here in Qatar. Our aim is to have all the available properties here in Qatar, whether commercial, residential, rental, or to for sale on one place. That's a brief about me.
Hello, so my name is Jeffrey Asselstein. I'm the Managing Director of Nelson Park Property, real estate brokerage based here in Doha.
Hello everybody, thank you so much for having us. My name is Fahad Abdullah Barab from Qatar Real Estate and Asset Manager. I am one of the
My name is Mansoor Ahmad, Executive Director at Colliers International for the MENA region.
Thank you very much. Guys, I've just been told we're being joined by Hesham too. We're just waiting for another chair to arrive on the stage. I'll tell you what, you sit down now, and no, honestly. No, you sit down, I'll stand here, and honestly, sit down. I'll wait, I'll stand with you. No, honestly, it's absolutely fine. It's working, I guess. Yeah. Do you want to just introduce yourself, and then you can take a seat? I'm quite happy to stand.
Okay, so my name is Jamshana from the Chief Operating Officer, as well as the Chief Development Officer of Qatar Farm Project. Not sure if everybody knows about Qatar Farm Project, but we're the entertainment island standing over there. So clearly I'm so important I don't have a chair, but anyways, this is my fourth time in Cityscape, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be here. So,
okay, thank you very much. Right then, so I think we're going to start the conversation. So, sustainability, technology, or quality of life, what's it going to be? I want to open the conversation by setting the scene for the audience a little. So, first question, I was going to aim this at Ahmad actually. So, how has Qatar's population growth impacted the real estate market? And what are the key factors driving demand for real estate in Qatar?
Thank you very much, Jordan. This is actually a very good question, and I think a lot of people are thinking of the same thing. Now we've seen the growth happening in Qatar, especially this year. I think a huge impact of that was the World Cup last year, which was a huge success for the whole country, and it attracted a lot of attention globally. A major milestone that happened during the World Cup is the completion of the infrastructure in Qatar. So we have the transportation system have been completed. That means the connection between cities around the country have been well established, and that increases the growth in real estate across the country, not just within central Doha. So for example, we see an increase in Al-Wa'ad, we see an increase in Al-Tumama, and such a place. And that has been supported by transportation, of course. And the increase of the growth population, as I mentioned earlier, is because of the World Cup. Another reason is because of the facilities that the government is providing and the tools. When it comes to Qatar Central Bank, for example, we see that there has been specialized loans for the real estate market when it comes to Qataris, residents, and foreign people who are not in Qatar. The same thing we see with the foreign ownership benefits as well when it comes to education, healthcare, and the permanent residency. So all of these have played a big role in attracting people to the real estate market.
Thank you. I just wondered, do the rest of the panel agree with that? Do you have a slightly different take on things?
So I'll join in. No, I completely agree with Ahmed. I think, so much focus clearly over the last 10 years has been about the World Cup and the question that I'm sure we were all tired of being asked for those 10 years is what's going to happen after the World Cup. Well, now we're almost a year past it, and what I'm sharing with someone earlier today is really good to see how business is coming back. For me anyways, from our side, the real estate side, it's taking a bit longer to come back than we thought it would have, but it's certainly, demand is growing again. We see the population increasing, and one thing I'll always be thankful for, with the only exception that Canada did not win the World Cup, which still shocks me. But beyond that was actually, as Ahmed highlighted, all the infrastructure that was developed. I'll always be thankful for the World Cup because that was the catalyst for so much infrastructure to be done that's given us the world-class city that we now live in.
Brilliant. Just switching it back to sustainability. So I just wondered what the current trends in sustainable and eco-friendly real estate development are in Qatar. And Hesham, I wondered if you could come in on that.
Thank you very much. The whole topic of sustainability for me is actually quite important, because personally I don't only see sustainability as only environmental sustainability. I believe there are a few pillars between economic sustainability, social sustainability, and of course environmental sustainability. In terms of construction and design and sticking to GSAS and all the government support by giving certain, let's say, support to whoever, whether increase in the GFA or reduction in certain costs to push for environmental sustainability. But I don't want to say one thing, it might be a little bit off topic to some people, but if I'm talking about sustainability, and when back at school when we studied sustainability, we were told that the basics and foundation of sustainability is the generations to come. So when we're building, when we're doing something with the present, you want to take into consideration the next generations, grandsons and grandkids. And being here, and as I said, it might be off topic, I want to say that yes, what's happening in Palestine, talking about future and generations to come, while knowing that there are families that have been eliminated 3-4 generations, their names will not be there. There are kids that will not be dreaming or be achieving anything. So I do apologize if I'm going off topic, but I would like your permission for one moment in silence and in respect to all the lives that have been lost and still being lost as we speak in Palestine and Gaza. I would appreciate if I get your permission as the chair for that one moment of silence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, and I'll be standing myself out of respect for all the lives that have been lost. Thank you all for your support. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing that
And
up.
let me say how lucky we are to live in a country that supports the government that supports sustainability. Looking at them, looking at the government, okay, as you're aware that we are the main developer of Qatar Farm Island. So just as one example on the support that we get, there is an increase of GFA for people. I'm sure all here are experts in real estate. So the Bruce Field area is also always related to utilities and so on. But if you will increase your design and your construction with the level of GSAS, every single time you increase it, you get more GFA and so on. This is a country that supports it, and not all countries in the Middle East are able to do that, or maybe still haven't figured it out. So we're actually quite lucky to have this. The smart cities, again, as I told you, the way my view of sustainability is not just environmental sustainability. To me, technology also lead to that. So smart cities, and I'm not saying about smart cities as just something that's like glorious and looking amazing, but actually fits the purpose of, as I always used to say, the end user, the human people. Like honestly speaking, sustainability is related to humans, giving them a better quality of life, whether through technology or through policies and procedures and governance, or environmental sustainability in terms of design and greenery and decarbonization. Right. So I see this is happening in Qatar. I see it's happening with our development and even other development within Qatar. And to be honest, we're very lucky to be living in this.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I mean, we do see it happen. We see these technological advancements such as smart homes, cities and digital platforms shaping Qatar. And Farhad, I wonder if you can just come in on that. Do you have any experience of it, and what do you see happening in Qatar?
Before talking about Qatar, if we were to talk about smart cities, we kind of have to mention also energy-free cities. An example of a smart city would be Lusail, for example, here in Doha. And if we were to mention energy-free city, that would be Masdar in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. Both of them, as my brother Hisham just said, both of them do serve the tenants or the human sitting in that city. I might as well add our experience in Barwa real estate in this field, for example. And in order to do so, I think I have to divide it into two sides. That would be, for example, construction and asset management. In construction, for example, since we live in a labor-intense region, using technologies, recent technologies such as 3D modeling or precast might help us in this region and generally having a better, quicker construction, higher quality, safer for human. We were able to use those technologies in our two most recent projects, which we built for, we mentioned previously, the FIFA World Cup, for housing the fans during the time of the event. Both projects were built with some technologies such as precast, which, as I said earlier, helped us to finish on time, and without those technologies probably wouldn't be able to finish on time. And if we were to talk about the other side, which is the asset management, we're seeing trends today such as AI, artificial intelligence, which, as we see, affects everything in our lives today. We're seeing also another trend where in asset management, AI is being used to help predict the life cycle of a building, which in return might even help us have better building for longer, better condition. So yeah, for sure, those smart cities and energy-free cities are changing everything around us in real estate, in Qatar and the region.
Okay, thank you. I just want to open this one up to the whole panel, really. What are the challenges and opportunities for real estate developers and investors in the future of Qatar's real estate market? Yeah, anybody? Yeah, Hasham, please come in.
Answering this, so I think one of the challenges that we have in the market is that inequality when it comes to data. Okay, so we don't know what's going on in the real estate market. Yes, we appreciate the efforts of Ministry of Justice in releasing the real estate transactions weekly and monthly, but I think the customers or people within Qatar and outside of Qatar are looking for more detailed data and more accessibility when it comes to the price trends, average prices and such, whether it's commercial and residential and such. So I think transparency when it comes to the real estate market needs to be emphasized across the board, basically, when it comes to the government or when it comes to the real estate market players.
And how would you say is the best way of going about doing that? Would it be to introduce more regulation, or do you have a different idea on that?
Yeah, so recently there has been announcement of the regulatory authority of the real estate market, which hopefully will be released soon, and the authority will be able to monetize, or not monetize, monitor data and control data to showcase it to the public, which is going to increase the transparency of the real estate market. And we are doing the same thing in Hapondo, is that we are collecting data, we're sharing as much data as possible with our users, because we want to create an informed customer in the end, okay, whether they are in Qatar or outside of Qatar. The ultimate goal for us, of course, is that somebody who's outside of Qatar can visit our website, and just by visiting the website get enough information to make a good decision when it comes to buying or renting a property in Qatar.
So that's a couple of the challenges, but Hesham, I wonder if you could come in on maybe some of the opportunities that are out there.
Okay, but just I will add to the challenge as well, part which goes also to RERAS as well, like the real estate regulatory, is also the valuation methodologies, the pricing. So data is absolutely a challenge, getting the reliable data, and whether it's secondary research or even the primary research, it's quite difficult to get. But also to agree on let's just say the red book valuation approach, okay? And for example, we usually use residual, where the majority are using comparable. And the problem with comparable is it doesn't reflect the actual market. So as we all started the whole discussion with the World Cup, yes, there was an enhancement of traffic of population over the past 10 years to Qatar, and then there has been a slowdown, and this is not by history. Every World Cup or every international event, the demand and the population will increase, and then it will actually start to slow down. But I'll also say that the slowdown in the market after the World Cup is actually better than we expected, right? And the recovery, I can see the recovery also related to all the new announcements of the events and the new projects and so on. So I'm not worried about the demand coming back, or about valuation approaches and also regulations. Like I hope that the new real estate regulation authority would adopt the red book, of which is basically the code of ethics and the methodology with the valuation or brokerage fees and so on within their own regulation, because one of the stakeholders and a main player in the market in the real estate industry is the broker. He deals with the developer, he deals with the end user. And if you don't have proper regulation, you will not get a fair pricing, for example. So it's a challenge and it's also an opportunity. I've always seen that when there is a challenge, it creates also an opportunity. And it's an opportunity to the end user. It's in the best interest of the end user. Oversupply in economics, we all know that's it's not a good situation, right? But from an end user perspective, he gets to choose, right? He gets the say. And the developers will have to compete to offer a good service and a good product.
No, I fully agree. I think, you know, a regulated market attracts foreign direct investment. That's the crux of it. And it seems Qatar's on a big push to attract foreign direct investment into real estate at the moment. And I just wonder, you know, when you get a big influx of people coming into a particular area, prices go up inevitably. And Jeffrey, I wonder if I could just bring you in here. Do you have any ideas around, are there any plans to develop affordable housing in Qatar, and what your thoughts are around that as the economy moves on?
Well, thank you. It's interesting, I actually attended a business networking event this morning, and I was asked the same question. If we look at some of the other regional markets, and what's available from a stock perspective. So if we go back to, say, the financial crisis of 2008 in Dubai and all the development that's being done then, the big complaint was that everything that was, the vast majority of properties being developed was luxury. And I would have said the same thing here, say 5 or 6 years ago, that it was all pretty much, the new projects being launched then was almost exclusively on the Pearl. from developers' perspective, and so almost by definition they're at the higher end, at the luxury end. With the number of players that have come into the market the last few years, you're seeing a catering to sort of more affordable prices, which I think has helped the market a lot, particularly in the sale in some of the lower density areas has had a positive impact. But I think a real opportunity exists for developers to develop villas which are affordable is a really glib term to describe it, but say villas in the region of 2 to 3 million. I know a lot of people that have real estate here that own real estate as investors, but they could never live with their family. So they might own 1 or 2 bedroom properties in the Pearl, but they're too small for their family of 4 or 5 people. So if I look at what I see in some of the other regional areas, I really encourage developers to have a good look at that, to see, you know, villas that are in the region of 2 to 3 million, not only those that are 10 million plus. 10 million plus, you're looking at $2.5 million. That's a fairly airy element of society, and not just for expatriates. From a lot of my Qatari friends, they're priced out of the market at that level as well. So it's not a divide at all. I think the market really has a huge demand for that type of product. And so for some really good quality homes to be built in that range that more people could enjoy, I think that would be good not just for the real estate market, but actually good for society overall, that people can live in that type of community. I'd be very much in favor of it.
Yeah, and I think I guess you've got to think of the people coming into Qatar as well. You know, it probably will be that younger age bracket and what they can afford to buy, to rent, etc. And I'm just going to move to Mansour. Obviously, we've just had your presentation there, and I just wonder how the rise of remote working and flexible work arrangements are impacting the real estate sector.
I think the first comment I want to talk about the affordability. I agree with him, 2 million. So we work a lot. You know, the focus was on luxury product, and I think it's not just 3 million and 3.5 million. And when we talk about the townhouses and other, we should look at the spectrum where it starts from $1 million real or so, where you will reduce the sizes of the, you know, obviously the plot size and the build up for but you create a community where everything is available in the community, so you don't have to have 500-meter plot size and other. I think that's very important, is that it's still the focus in here and in a lot of other places also, is $1 million mark is affordability, and then it becomes 1.5 and 2 million, and that's become luxury. I think with regard to the working from home, there is a lot of changes. There are many, working across the region, there are many public and private institutions who are trying to make it compulsory to come 5 days in a week to office and other. But the trend worldwide is now that at least 2 to 3 days are sort of working from home or working from anywhere else. So having that, and this is still, I would say, more than 50% of organization in the region is doing that at least 2 days. And it's also depend upon the nature of the job. Some nature of the job, you don't need to be in the office. So what we have seen it and advised number of the development which happened in post-COVID days, that there is not just in the houses, there is a small space which can convert into office, and the space should not be big. It could be 3 meter by 3 meter or something like that, or the community. So there are a lot of community malls and other, where people are used to work sitting in a Starbucks and other, but somebody else can come sit next to you, and then, you know. So I think there's it's something which we think, and a lot of research is done by Colliers across the region and across the world actually, and there's a lot of report has been published. Working from home or working from anywhere is not going to go away. It will be around 40%. I mean, it's now most of the European companies and other, and US, depending upon again the nature of the job, you make 40% of the time you work from home or somewhere else. You don't need to. So I think that is something which is well established now all over the world, with millions and millions, you know, data is available, and we think we need to incorporate that in the development here.
Yeah, I'd absolutely agree with you. I mean, if we think of, you know, my own working practices, we used to be 100% in the office. It's not mandated that you have to go into the office now. So, you know, while some of us go in 2 or 3 days a week, others choose to stay at home because of affordability. And I just wondered, Jeffrey, just bringing you in, what sort of impact does this have on the commercial side of things? You know, when businesses are changing, lots of offices have been developed. So how do you see things evolving there?
So I appreciate that we're in Qatar, so I'm not allowed to gamble, right? I'll take a bet on that. I don't agree with your numbers. What I mean by that is I think for sure working from home will continue to be a feature, but I think you'll see a lot more demands going forward in larger cities of the world, where more and more companies will be insisting that people come in more and more. That's just my personal opinion, because what's being killed is creativity. Creativity in the networking of individuals within offices is really being harmed. And maybe I'm just a bit old school, but I still think that offices will still have a major impact on the society going forward. The great irony is my oldest daughter just started her first job and she's totally remote. So it contradicts what I've just said, but I do think there'll still be a lot of demand for office space going forward. And as an investment banker living in the Hamptons once said he loves working from home, but a lot of people don't live in the Hamptons. And coming into the office is a much nicer place than their homes often are. So offices that have a solution, that have, you know, good facilities, that have all that as part of their system, I think is really important. But to come back to your question, I think that's actually a big challenge in Qatar, frankly. And I think I know one thing, my understanding is the government is working on this, and I think one of the great challenges for us going forward is attracting new companies to come into Qatar. We have a lot of office space. I think in general, I don't think many would argue that there's an oversupply of office space at the moment. And I think looking to attract more and more firms to open up here is a major initiative the government is looking at. And I think that's really important, because I think at the moment we have a lot of supply, and I don't see a lot of that being taken up as quickly as we would like to see it.
Okay, so you've got a situation where you've got empty office space. Hesham, do you see any of these office facilities ever being retrofitted, changed back into residential or other use?
I actually agree that, of course, there is oversupply of office space. I mean, everybody can say it. Well, but I do agree that the office space demand will come back. I personally think it's required, it's needed. It's even needed for, yes, we can do some of our work from home, or working remotely and so on, but you actually, as a human being, you need to interact. You need to be interacting with your team. You need to brainstorming session that affects true research, creativity, working as a team. When I'm sitting at home and I've got my kids are crying or my wife is screaming at me as usual, it doesn't really help. But you do it for a bit, you do it for a while. People had to do that, mainly during the corona, and then company owners started to see, okay, you know what, I could be saving some of the cost of my operation cost, but only on the short term this is going to work. And I'm pretty sure that on the long term, they're going to feel like they're losing on another, the aspect of humans. Okay, you're not utilizing your team the right way or the correct way, and it will affect them. Like, look at a child who's homeschooled. I've got nothing against them, right? Whoever wants to school his kid at home, it's up to them. But it will affect the child, but affect his capabilities in the future, his intelligence, his social intelligence at least, right? So I think the demand will come for the office space. Could it be utilized now for service apartments or residential? It is possible, but as I said, the demand will come back, and you will require office space.
So when the demand does return, and obviously we've got lots of projects being built here, Farhad, I just wondered, do you know any emerging trends in real estate finance and in investment strategies that are being implemented?
I think we're used to seeing the model of BOT, build transfer, build operate and transfer. But recently we started seeing the government encouraging private sectors to go with PPP, public-private partnership. We were lucky in Barwa to have worked with 8 schools and build it for the government. And I see this trend going more and more in the near future. I know there are a few projects that are being in the pipeline with the government. They haven't been fully announced yet, but I know more of those PPP are coming in the way. So this is definitely a trend that we're going towards.
Okay. I'm just going to open this sort of final question up to the group. Anybody can come in on it, and then I'll actually go out to the audience to see if anybody wants to ask any questions. But how does the future of real estate in Qatar align with the country's long-term economic development goals? Anybody?
Okay, I'll shoot. Okay. Well, okay. I'm looking at the 2030 vision. Okay, and in terms of new development and in terms of new projects, I can see that as a development or as a strategy of new development, yes, it fits in the 2030, but the challenge would be bringing the companies, the people, the new white collars and pink collars to come and stay, right? And I'm not sure what I'm going to say is politically correct, but it's a fact. When I moved to Qatar back in 2010, and I was working on some of the studies for new developments, and we were forecasting for the population, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, that we were forecasting that Qatar population should be hitting 5 million by now, which is not the case. Right? However, I see this happening, especially with the new laws of like freehold happening, and it's actually now in place. There's a stand here now about it, and it is happening. This will impact. So I can see in development that we ask for, like for example, family entertainment was an idea, but it wasn't materialized. However, Qatar was done as an initiative to create a city around family entertainment. And we're opening soon. So you can see that you are reaching to that vision of 2030. The population, I believe, inshallah, will be coming.
Yeah, and look, I totally agree with that. I think the establishment of RIA and getting that openness, that transparency is probably for me the key towards attracting firms, occupiers, end users into the region, and that coupled with tourism is for me the key to success. I just wondered, is there anybody out in the audience that has a question for any of the panelists today?
My name is Jad. I moved to Qatar in 2006, and I monitored the city growing to being a sustainable city, like Busheirib, Lusail, the Pearl. It was amazing. I only have just one thing regarding people buying flats. So in other countries there's a RERA account where the developer you have to have a RERA account, and people who are buying flats, they put their money into RERA account, because if we face any like financial crisis like what happened in 2008, or if you have any another crisis like what happened in Corona, so you need we need the financial available to continue those projects and to deliver to the owners. So any plans to have a similar regulator to protect developers and foreign direct investors and locals here and residents in the country.
I think it's a really good question, and I don't have a formal answer. I'm actually looking at you. You might know the answer. I don't. I'd certainly be in support of it. I think that type of an escrow fund or that type of system would be very beneficial. But maybe I'm not specifically aware, or nor am I unaware of any plans.
Well, I could tell, or I could say that escrow accounts as a system, which I believe what you meant by your account, is in place. It's not yet active, but it has been in place around the past 3 years. Okay, it's mainly to protect the end user again, whether a local investor or an expatriate investor or a foreign investor. The developer should be able to put the financial structure without depending on the end user money. Okay, so the escrow account is for the benefit of the end user. My understanding that it should be very active soon, or active very soon. But the system as a structure is there.
Okay, I'm being hurried along a little bit, so I'm going to have to end the discussion there. If anybody does have a question for the panel, I'm sure they will hang around for 5 or 10 minutes afterwards to answer those questions. But in the meantime, I'd just like to say a big thank you to everybody for coming along today, and I hope you enjoyed the talk. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very privileged. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very privileged to be joined today by Ali Hamad Al-Mari from the Department of Qatar Central Bank. And we're going to be having a quick fireside chat around real estate finance and mortgages, addressing the burning question, how can banks, developers and investors work together?
Thank you very much, sir.
So, Mr. Ali, welcome to the Fireside Chat, and thank you very much for your participation today. I'm wondering if you can open the chat initially by just telling us a little bit about yourself and your role within the Qatar Central Bank.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Thank you, everyone, for attending this. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Cityscape Talks for allowing me here today to talk and to share the QCB point of view on that. Obviously, my name is Ali Al-Mari. I'm the Director of Banking Supervision in the supervision sector within the Qatar Central Bank. So,
thank you very much. So just wondering if you can provide the audience with an overview of the central bank's view of the real estate sector in Qatar at present.
yeah, sure, I can do that. So I'm going to talk mainly about the size of the portfolio of the real estate for the Qatari bank. You see, the real estate is actually one of the 8 biggest sector that the bank's portfolio are consisted of, and we're talking about 240 billion as of June 2023. Now, the growth that we saw in the real estate financing was around 11% in 2021 and 2020, 6% in 2021, and 11% again in 2022. We haven't seen much of a growth up to June numbers in 2023, but we anticipate that we could see a fair growth at the end of the year. Now, out of that 240 billion, the real estate development is actually the biggest at 35.9%, of which followed by the commercial housing at 32.6%, and the private housing is around 13.9%.
And I just wonder, sort of, how important is real estate to the financial system here in Qatar?
It's very important. I could say it's very important. It's one of the 8 biggest sectors here in Qatar, and it's around 20% of the portfolio. So that's a major thing, yeah.
Seriously significant then. Okay, so there's recently been some changes to QCB's circular on real estate. I wonder if you could provide a bit of an overview for the audience on that.
Yeah, exactly. I'll do that. You see, the old regulations was very simple, to be honest. We were talking about 60% loan to value maximum and up to 15 years, and that's it. So we had to review those regulations and to come up with a set of new regulations in the sense what we would like this sector to help this sector grow, but we would also want to mitigate the risks that are associated for the banks. So we came up with 3 divisions, housing for private housing. So this is first one. The second one is actually for the commercial purposes, the real estate that are owned or financed for commercial purposes or for investment purposes, either for individuals or companies. And the third is the real estate that are financing for commercial purposes or investment purposes for the real estate that are still under construction. You see, we pushed the LTV up to 80% and to 30 years, and I think this is a big jump. This just came out in the beginning of July. I think the banks are still looking into this, so I'm anticipating a big jump actually in the future that this will help them. But on the other hand, we kept the 150% out of capital-based to mitigate those risks.
So that's pretty significant changes there, right? So you should be, over the coming months, seeing some huge changes to the real estate industry here in Qatar.
Yes, we actually anticipate this, and we hope that this is the case, yeah.
Do you see any particular area having the biggest growth? Do you think it'll be the residential sector, the commercial sector?
I'm not so sure. I think it's a little bit too early to actually say anything in that matter.
Okay, I'm just checking the time there. I just wondered, just lastly, I'll ask you one last question because I know you're a very busy man. But do you see any challenges that face the Qatari real estate sector? Or do you think you're actively working towards, eliminating all of those?
I'm not so sure. Not on my side of the field. So on the banking side, no. I don't see anything, to be honest, no.
So all in all, the future prospects for growth are very good? Yes,
I hope so.
Okay, well, look, I know you're busy. I know you're keen to get off to other meetings. So I'm going to say thank you very much for your presence here today, for joining us. It's been really insightful to learn about some of the changes that are taking place from a central bank perspective. And me personally, I wish Qatar every success for the future.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so next up, we have a panel discussion with Women in Real Estate, or WIRE as they're better known. WIRE are an organisation that has been established to help promote, advance and support professional women working in real estate. And the panel today will be discussing industry intersection, what lies ahead for the real estate industry in Qatar. So I'd like to welcome to the stage our moderator, Billy Tesh. I think hopefully I've pronounced your name correctly, who is the Managing Director for Omnivision and President of the National Association for Women in Construction in Qatar. So welcome to the stage, Billy.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think we are a few minutes early, so if you could please bear with us and give us 2 or 3 minutes, and we will start, as we have to ensure that all our panelists are here. Okay, so that was a great video on Wire, Women in Real Estate. Today we will have a panel discussion on real estate sector and its transformation, on PropTech, startup challenges and innovations, along with the vital connection between the construction and real estate. So after the panel discussion, we will have a networking session, so please stay around and we can discuss things, meet people, see, prospective sort of working relationships. So that will go for an hour after the panel. During the panel, I will be asking panelists the questions, but after the sessions, please, if you have any questions, we will make sure to answer them. And the ones that go unanswered during the session, we will answer them during networking. So I think we are ready to start. So let me introduce you, our first panelist, Sheikha Atba Al-Thani. Very good. Yes. Okay, so Sheikha possesses an executive MBA in HEC Paris, which she achieved in 2014. In addition, she holds a doctorate in business administration, which she successfully completed in 2022. Presently, she holds the position of Chief Business Development Officer as QDVC, a prominent joint venture between Qatar DR and Vinci Construction Grant Projects. Within this role, she is dedicated to pioneering innovative solutions in the construction industry. Within the predominantly
Women in Real Estate panel discussion and networking section will begin now at the Seminar Theater in Hall 3. Join us to hear from leading women in the industry. The Cityscape Wire Women in Real Estate panel discussion and networking section will begin now at the Seminar Theater in Hall 3. Join us to hear from leading women in the industry.
Okay, being a woman, we are all ahead of the ball. So, okay, we will let others to catch up with us. So I will restart the last sentence. Within the predominantly male-dominated sector of construction, she has actively championed diversion and inclusion. Through she dedicated efforts, I am not stopping. She has played a pivotal role in fostering a more inclusive and welcoming environment for women in this industry, thereby contributing to a culture founded on principles of fairness and mutual respect.
Join us to hear from leading women in the industry.
Sheikha takes pride in the fact that her commitment to this cause has not only yielded personal benefits, but has also paved the way for forthcoming generations of women pursuing careers in construction. She takes pride in the fact that her commitment to this cause has not only, During Sheikha's tenure as QDVC, her unwavering commitment to sustainability and the development of local talent known as Qatarization, she has earned the prestigious National Human Rights Award in 2013. This accolade serves as a testament to Sheikha's continuous efforts to enhance the living conditions of labor camp workers, further highlighting her dedication to fostering positive change within the community. Since joining QDVC in 2012, her role on the executive committee has been instrumental in shaping the company's growth strategy. Here are some additional career highlights and achievements. National Human Rights Award 2013, membership of Chartered Institute of Building, participation in the Qatar Leadership Center 2016, CEO of ACC from 2016 to 2020, founding Austria in 2016, Qatar's first French teaching kindergarten, and Sheikha is fluent in Arabic, English, and Hindi, and has intermediate proficiency in Turkish and French. This multilingual capability has been invaluable in building her relationship with a diverse set of stakeholders and promoting cross-industry collaboration. Sheikha, thank you very much for joining us today. We are absolutely privileged to have you with us. Our next panelist is Maria Maximova. Maria is heading the Business Strategy Department at Qatar Projects. She's also a charter valuation surveyor and serves on the Qatar RICS Market Advisory Panel. Maria holds an MSc in Finance and Investment from the University of Edinburgh, and she is very enthusiastic about broadening women participation in the sector in Qatar and beyond. Maria, welcome and thank you. Our next panelist is Sevgi Gur. Sevgi is an all-rounded marketer with 18 years of experience spanning various geographical locations and industries. Currently, she holds the position of Chief Marketing Officer at Property Finder, where she leads the development and execution of marketing strategies across the group. Before her role at Property Finder, Sevgi served as the Vice President of Marketing at OSN, where she played a pivotal role in driving subscriber growth in the region. Sevgi spent 15 years at Unilever, where she honed her skills in brand building and development through various global and regional roles. Sevgi is an INSEAD alumna and holds a BS degree in psychology from Bosphorus University. Thank you, Sevgi. And now we will welcome our last panelist, Hajera Khan. Hajera is an experienced entrepreneur and communications leader. She is a co-founder and CEO of Hapondo and also holds the position of Managing Director at the Strategy Hub, a Qatar-based consultancy. Hajera has a bachelor degree in foreign service with a focus on culture and politics from Georgetown University and a master's degree in international business and policy from Georgetown University. Hajera has extensive experience in international affairs and public policy, business management, public relations, marketing, and partnership management. Hajera has lived in Qatar for over 17 years and is involved in the management of several local businesses. Hajera is also a passionate equestrian and currently trains and competes in the dressage discipline. Thank you, Hajera. Okay, now when you have met all of our panelists, we can move on with our discussion. As I said earlier, we will be discussing the Qatar's real estate sector and its transformation. And so let me start with Sheikha. Sheikha, if you can tell us what significant transformations we can expect in the Qatar real estate landscape in light of the global trends and post-FIFA World Cup.
First of all, thank you, Billy, for this beautiful, amazing introduction.
Pleasure.
And thanks for inviting me to be here. And I have to start with saying I really feel bad for all the people standing there. I hope that they can have some chairs because we have almost 45 minutes to go. It would be very hard for you all to be there. Yes, back to the same question. We were talking about post-World Cup 2022. All the infrastructure and the development that took place in Qatar, I believe it was not only for the World Cup, it was made and meant for the period that would be after World Cup. That would facilitate also, transportation and people looking as attracting investors, I would say, to invest in the state of Qatar. I think it was the talk of the town yesterday when people were talking about what His Highness, the Emir of Qatar, stated in the morning, that I mentioned that now it's time to activate all the instructions that was given and after the World Cup to make it more attractive for business and suitable for people to look upon development of business in Qatar. I want to give the space also for other panelists to add something.
Yes, Hajira, to...
Thank you. Just to add on what Sheikh Adba said, I think, as she mentioned, we always knew that we were building for the World Cup, but there was a strategy for post-World Cup. So it was never just for this mega event. And I think Qatar's market has so much to offer. And of course, foreign investment is key. And we see even at the macro level, the strategy level with Qatar National Vision and now the upcoming NDS 3, National Development Strategy 3, we know there's going to be a huge push to bring this foreign investment in. And we have beautiful development projects, Qatefan, UDC, to name a few. So we know that foreign investment is huge, but also I think it's important to realize that we sit on a lot of untapped private capital here in Qatar and trying to attract people locally to invest in Qatar, not always think about investing abroad. So I think this is something really exciting to look for in the coming years. And I think also it's been mentioned a lot about the Real Estate Regulatory Authority. I think we're all very excited to see what's going to come with this authority. For Habundo, for example, transparency is key, and it's kind of what we always stood for and what we want to stand for. So I think with the publishing of real estate data through the Real Estate Authority will help people to make informed decisions, so that when if you're buying for yourself for investment or renting, that you're making an informed decision. And I think that's what everyone wants, is to be able to make informed decision as a consumer. So yeah, those are my thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely, thrilling, and, for whatever reason, lately while I was, looking at social media and news, every time when Qatar is mentioned, the achievement that the country has accomplished over the last decade also, it's amazing. And it really, put a small country, shoulder to shoulder with another countries in the world, and it became attractive for business, for lifestyle, for growing families. It always makes me proud to be part of all of this, and to have seen the development of the country over the last, recent years. So moving on, our next question, how will mega project like Lusail, including Qatar Island project, shape the future of Qatar's real estate? Maria, if you...
Well, I would like to think that our project, the completion of our project, would dramatically transform the market, the real estate market in Qatar. I feel there's not many projects of the same caliber, like master plan communities, and hopefully that would set the new standard, the new benchmark. It would be like a game changer. So I don't think there's anything else like our island. So yeah, I hope there would be more projects of this kind, because I feel like the Gulf or Middle East, it's a unique opportunity for a blank slate, for having all these amazing projects, artificial islands. So yeah, I think this is what makes it exciting to work here in this country, on such projects.
Sheikha, would you like to add anything?
think nothing from my side. I'm learning from actually what's happening from the development of Qtaifan, you know, and Lusail actually. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
this amazing job. Yeah.
It
Thank
is.
you.
I mean, they have
It is.
amazing projects on, and it's a part of the city that, you know, a lot of people from other parts are not even aware of what is
Exactly.
happening. But once when you go there, you're just amazed and impressed with, you know, with the volume, with what's going on, the varieties,
That's
you know,
true.
with the sort of difference in architecture, urbanism.
It
It's
is
really,
amazing.
it's a really different.
I was just, you know, passing by the booth there, and I was with our CEO of QDVC, Mr. John. Thanks for coming today, and Mr. Amr also. We passed by there, and he said, like, why we don't know about it? I said, just, you know, I mean, these are the things we need to know more about, these achievements, and, you know, I should
Absolutely.
also mention that I'm so proud yesterday to pass by, met Sheikh Nasser, and we see the forthcoming generation making us really very proud. You know, this is what we expect, and you know, they work on activating all the things that we used to take longer time to make it happen. I'm really very happy to see you, you know, with your achievement, Sheikh, and other people, also his colleagues, Sheikh Hamad and other people leading the market now. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sevgi?
First of all, thank you very much having me. Amazing crowd and amazing speakers. I came from Dubai. Hopefully, I will also would like to bring a little bit Middle East perspective. So this kind of signature projects actually set the standard when it comes to living lifestyle, because especially for international investors, lifestyle aspect when they invest to a country is extremely important. And let it be Qatar, let it be Dubai, when we look at attracting global investors, there are 2-3 aspects really makes a difference. One, of course, is safety. Safety is becoming, unfortunately, more and more important. The second one is creating an environment where your children can live, and it is a little bit more confined, what external world can bring. This is very important. And the third one is really the living standard. And when I came Qatar yesterday and I was looking, this is man-made beauty definition of when you look around, you know, God gives us amazing nature, but when you look at Qatar landscape, it is really the definition of how human beings can create such an amazing environment for other human beings. So these signature projects in all the markets we operate creates, first of all, a brand for the country, and the second attracts the investors so they can confidently come and invest and spend their money on these properties.
Thank you. Sheikha, can you please tell us how do you foresee the evolution of Qatar's real estate market over the next decade?
If I can elaborate about it, but I would prefer to prioritize something else to mention, if it is okay, if you allow me, Billy. You know, we've been working with NAWIC for a while. You can see that the achievements from the time we started now with you. You saw the contribution of women in general, if it goes into very harsh environment like oil and gas sector engineers and others. They are contributing in the development. You see more people coming, stepping on this field, you know. So it seems like, you know, there is much more than what we can see today, the implementation, you know, of so many things and contribution from women and men in different sector, and the growth in, you know, in this field. So I can see that in the future we have to mention that what's happening today, we will find the impact tomorrow. So what we are talking about today is just what things would happened yesterday. So we have to wait a bit and we see what happened after the World Cup, definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like? Sevgi?
I think, again, if you look at Middle East and particularly Qatar, urbanization is one of the biggest themes, right? And urbanization happening in a speed that is not even comparable to other parts of the world, like Europe. It's quite mature, settled, US, same. So Qatar has an amazing opportunity with all the USPs that Qatar can bring to the table, the ones that I mentioned, the safety, living standard and everything. And World Cup, because we see from our platform very clearly how Qatar becoming a kind of hotspot for international investors. And generally this kind of investment from the countries paybacks in a long term. Because even in the previous discussion, you know, we start seeing the impact. I think the impact will be materialized even further because so many people came, see this beauty, and now it is in their mind map as a place to go, a place to invest. As the projects that we mentioned, signature projects comes, as the Middle East become a attraction point for global investor, I can imagine that there is an amazing growth opportunity. One aspect is very critical, of course, role of government. As my colleagues stated, the transparency and availability of the data and making this data available, especially for international investor, will be critical to unlock that potential, but the potential is there. It's just a matter of creating the right structure for everyone to tap into and materialize it.
Yeah. And I mean, with everything that went into preparation for the World Cup, I mean, Qatar is definitely now on the map, ready for anything. And it's an attractive place to be in the world. For all the right reasons, and as you mentioned before, you know, the rest of the world seem to be, you know, even overpopulated. Security is an issue, availability of jobs, so a lot of factors. Qatar definitely has the ticks that other places can struggle to match. Our next question is with Qatar's Vision 2030 in mind. How is sustainability being incorporated in the real estate and construction, Sheikha?
Yes, if I talk about that, I have to start and by going back to my first job as a sustainable development manager in QDVC back in 2010. During that time, until today, that was the time before also the announcement of Qatar National Vision 2030. And to see what's happening today, from all this respect and preparation and real estate market to to acknowledge the sustainable development and the effect of from the construction sector to various projects that we have now, I see that respecting the Qatar National Vision. We see today that people are more and more raising the awareness and making people aware about what's happening. They know how to react towards the importance of sustainable development in different parts of, in all sectors, not even in only construction. It should be total awareness about the sustainable development.
Yeah.
So I think, that might answer the question if I'm not mistaken. Sorry.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Maria?
To me, one of the best examples is probably Museu City because it has embedded sustainability standards. So they are our master developers. So it means we have to comply with their requirements, which means we have to achieve like GSAS 2-star rating for all of our assets. That's the minimum.
As a minimum, yeah.
Yeah, and then our master plan targets 4 stars. And then additionally for our villa investors or sub-developers, we have an incentive. So if they hit like a 3-star rating, then they can have 5% more GFA that they can use, however they want. So I feel like the push is there, and we are moving towards this Vision 2030 in terms of sustainability. I can really see it happening.
Yeah, thank you. And Maria, while we got you, don't turn off the mic. How do regulatory frameworks are assisting and supporting Qatar's real estate and construction?
I know we've talked a lot about it today and yesterday at these talks, other panels, other panelists. So it's amazing that we'll have this real estate authority, but what is important that it integrates with RICS, for example, kind of global standards in terms of brokerage, in terms of valuation. And hopefully it could help us make the market more transparent. Transparent markets means efficient markets. And also I would like to highlight the likes of Property Finder or Hapondo. I'm aware that Property Finder in the other markets, they contribute a lot to this transparency, so you can actually view the transactions for a building. So you can just, I think, buy subscription, log in, and then view the transactions. So I wish this happens in our market because we really need it as developers, as valuers, investors. So this is what I'm hoping for, and I hope we'll use the best standards which RICS can offer in other disciplines such as brokerage and valuation.
Thank you.
If I may, I think that's
sure.
a very important point because one biggest driver of any financial transaction is trust. If you don't trust, if there is no trust, there is no trade, whether it's real life or digital life. One big learning that when we look at the operating markets that we operate, when there is a clear transparency when it comes to price, it creates lots of confidence in the buyer's mind. And one big, I think, enabler of Qatar real estate growth, which we are having discussion with government as well, and there are amazing projects cooking. Yesterday we had some meetings, really surfacing that data to the end user, because this will, first of all, will give the confidence, but more importantly also make market, as you said, when there is transparency, there is efficiency, market more efficient. And the confidence of the home seekers on the price and the price realism in the market is very critical. We do our best to play that role. Every time we interact with government, we explain how, for example, in more mature markets this is being done. But this is an extremely important enabler of any real estate growth in any market. So I think that's, thank you for sharing.
Yeah. And, for sure, sort of any regulations only support, whatever is happening and provide consistency and assurance that, things are done and that, there are no surprises along the way. Carrying on, Hajera, what is the importance role of foreign real estate investment in Qatar's real estate market, and what is the public and private sector doing to encourage that?
So I think the role is extremely important. Obviously, we know we're an oil and gas-based economy here, but what's amazing about Qatar is that they've published the transition strategy. We know that this dependence upon these natural resources is not going to be forever. And I think looking at the biggest industry after oil and natural gas, we see real estate as being one of the key biggest industries there. And one of our colleagues from Ernst Young, Ammar Hattab, he took part in an event that we did before the World Cup, and he said there's a very famous Arabic saying that says that real estate can get sick, but it can never die. So essentially the real estate market, it's true. Everyone needs a place to live. It's never going to go anywhere. So I think in terms of stability, when we're talking about foreign investment, that's very key to Qatar, that we know that we need to transition away from the oil and natural gas dependence, and I think naturally real estate is where everyone is looking to now. I think, as mentioned before, there's amazing developments like Tefan, like UDC. We have really big developers working around the country that just need to show the international world and locals as well, but particularly international world, how amazing Qatar is and what it has to offer. And I think you mentioned you came here and you were in awe of what you saw, and you really don't really understand it until you come to Qatar and you see the security of life, the benefits that you get for families, for education and things of that nature. So I think foreign investment is key. And I also see at the strategic level, when we look at the authorities and government entities responsible for looking after investment, so we have the Investment Promotion Agency, for example, Qatar Investment Authority, I feel like there is movement towards alignment and making sure that all these efforts are cohesive. And I think the government is doing everything to signal that this is the priority moving forward. And I think for us, what that means is that we need to ensure that all the properties, all available units are available to be viewed at online. We need to streamline the process. I think if we look at the industry, traditionally in Qatar, it's old school in many ways, to be nice. We still have, you know, WhatsApp groups where people share information about properties, newspaper ads, which are fine, they have their place, but I think now that we know that the country is moving towards ensuring we attract international investment, trying to encourage people locally to put their money into real estate. And we all know that commercial and residential are tied. So if you see that businesses are operating, they're getting businesses, more people are coming, they're renting out units, they're buying units, we know this is what's needed to kind of help spur the economy and get that push. So I think we're going to see a lot of focus in the international investment arena. As I mentioned before, the National Development Strategy 3 is going to be released soon, and we're going to see a lot of push towards that. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think everybody is. Now we're going to discuss the PropTech sections. So myself, Maria, and Sheikha will allow Sevgi and Hajira to tell us about it. So what are the main barriers to PropTech startup capability, scalability in the Qatar market, and how they can be addressed?
I can start and then you can add upon it. I think I'm speaking mainly from personal experience. Some of the issues you face as a prop tech startup are not different from other startups. So of course, building the team, finding the capabilities, getting the proper support. We're lucky in Qatar, we have a lot of, the ecosystem for startups is quite strong. So you have Qatar Science and Technology Park, for example, which is where we are currently incubated. You have places like Qatar Free Zones Authority and things of that nature. But I think one thing that's really important in the prop tech scene in particular, the culture of real estate here is very unique to Qatar. It's not like any other market that you'll find. So you can have as much funding as possible. You can build the best products. Your technology could be AI, whatever you want. But if it's not connecting to industry, to brokers, to developers, to those working in construction, it's not going to go anywhere. So you need to understand, you need to study the market, see how are real estate transactions conducted, understand how people rent units, see all of these things to build tools to help. And I think we all have goals to make this market transparent. I think we all know that. We all want the data to be available, but it can't happen. It can't be a huge jump. So whatever technologies you're building, whatever products you're offering to the real estate market, you should look for the incremental change step by step. So for example, we're a real estate platform. We work in marketing. We help real estate brokers market their properties. We help individuals who want to market their properties. So we start first with photos. How can you improve the photos of the properties that you're going to be selling? What is the description that you have of your properties? So it's not crazy, this thought, but if you start with this step-by-step process, it will generally help make the market better and help make the market transparent. So for PropTech here in Qatar in particular, I think that's key.
Yeah, Sevgi?
So, of course, as Property Finder, we are quite a mature technology company, and we partner a lot with PropTech companies because home search journey is a very long one. We, as Property Finder, solving one part of it, which is search, but then there are other aspects where we wanna work with other technology companies so we can solve all the problems of home seekers. The biggest challenge when it comes to PropTech companies, one is talent, like finding the right talent, especially when the market is relatively smaller. It is a big challenge, especially when it comes to developments. Anyway, it's a scarce resource engineers and so on. So this is the first one. The second one, we all mention transparency. Because one enabler of like PropTech companies to operate, they need to be able to access to market data. So the infrastructure of the market, surfacing the market data is extremely critical for any technology to be meaningful in that market. And the third one is ecosystem partnership. Again, every market is different, and I would agree with the statement that it is not only the role of government or a tech company to solve the problem of a market. It requires all the stakeholders coming together and sometimes doing the difficult things together. Because I'll give you the example similar to for listing portals. The most important pain point, you know, you get what you see. Because especially if you're an international buyer, you go to the portal, you see a picture, then you go reality, you see something that's a big disappointment. It's a very bad image for the country, very bad image for the broker. And as Property Finder, we launched a AAA manifesto. We launched it in UAE because in UAE we have more data. And we ask all the partners, brokers, please make sure that your listing is accurate, available and accessible. But it requires so much hard work from the brokers. So for PropTech companies to serve to the society and country, education of the market and the partnership of stakeholders to be part of this journey is extremely critical.
And just as a matter of interest, you know, I can comment only as an end user. When we talk about the PropTech and the platforms, where is the, because you have rentals and you have the buying, how is the ratio, the sort of the either visiting the interest or however you monitor the traffic on the sites, how does that ratio I am sure from my perspective that rentals are definitely in demand and everybody will be definitely going and using the platforms. But when it comes to the buyers, to the real estate buyers or investors, to what extent do they use the platforms?
So I think you're absolutely right. Qatar is a renter's market traditionally. So if you look at the traffic on our website, majority of the traffic traditionally are people looking for units to rent. But looking at the data on the buy side, it's very interesting because you look at data and you try to extrapolate information and understand what it means. So I think people rely heavily on portals when it comes to buying as well. I think it's still the main place. What does everyone do when they're thinking, should I invest? They go to Google, apartments to buy in Qatar, how much does it cost? So I think Google is the first place we all go to, and then based on SEO from marketing companies like Hapundo or Property Finder, they get the results. So I think buyers are also relying heavily on portals, and that's why it's important for developers, for real estate owners, for brokerage firms to ensure that their quality of these properties, the photos, the content, is as amazing as possible to deliver the quality leads that they're looking for.
Yeah, so definitely that's the first buyer's experience probably with whatever the zone is or whatever they want to get into.
If I may, I think there is also, yes, Qatar is a renter market. And one trend we see in all the markets we operate, and it also again boils down to the availability of data and transparency in the market. We split buyer market to two, off-plan, primary and secondary. When we look at the secondary market, there is a more confidence to go to a digital environment because you almost know, like, you know the building, you know the community. When it comes to off-plan, we spend considerable time because again, that's gonna unlock lots of potential, especially for international buyers. How we can solve the problem of making sure that a user can come to a digital platform and understand a newly developed community or building. And again, this requires lots of partnership from the developer because developer supply chain is very different than secondary market. And by partnering with the big developers, we can create this digital journey where from the almost launch of the project, user can understand what this project can offer, and the journey starts from the digital. Because for people who are in the market, that's not a problem. You can go and see the project. But if you are living in Europe, and if you want to invest on Qatar, it becomes more important. And again, it will come to the point where developer partnering with digital solutions to create that visibility.
Great, thank you. Given the technology development, how do you foresee the AI, artificial intelligence, data analytics, and machine learning playing a role in the PropTech?
So I think if we're being honest with ourselves, we know that real estate is not always the most technologically advanced industry out there. Our industry is very slow to adopt new technologies, very slow to
Try
change.
contrasting.
I'm grouping you guys in with
You'd be feeling positive immediately.
I think when we're looking at technology, in my opinion, there should be two areas that it should help in when it comes to real estate, and that's transparency, and then also looking at like livability. So how can we use new technologies to make properties more suitable for the people who are occupying them? I think traditionally we, in property portals particularly, it's very straightforward. It's a listing. You have a photo, you have a description, but we need to start thinking, how can we enhance? How can we make sure that our descriptions are accurate? How can we make sure that our photos are also accurate? The locations, I think here in Qatar, for example, there's an issue of understanding where locations are of places that you're looking to buy, rent, sell, even office spaces. So how can we, for example, integrate the national address system into our portals is an example. So I feel there's a lot of room to adopt AI solutions in particular into property portals and listings. I think another thing, for example, price trends, making sure the user is being informed about what they're buying. Is it a good value for them? Is it the average of what they see in the area that they're going to buy? Can they see, like she mentioned, the neighborhood that you're going to be purchasing a property in? Can I understand more about it? So there's a lot of tools being developed to help integrate all of these into one place, and I think it's extremely important for our industry.
Yeah. If I may, for us, and I am personally very passionate, as property finder, we are very obsessed solving, of course, home seekers' problem via technology. One thing we are working very aggressively, because every month we have 15 million visitors across all the markets we operate. We have a very good understanding of how a home seeker kind of behaves. What is the starting point? Is it price? Is it visual? Is it community? By using this, we are pushing the boundaries, how we can go from a literal search experience to the more contextual. Because every user, depending on their life stage, depending on their needs, they will behave in a very different way. I think artificial intelligence, because it is so accessible and it is so available, it is just really having the data point and thinking to be able to use it in a scalable way. That's going to be the first, moving from literal search to more contextual search and making this journey less painful. This is the one aspect. The second aspect is data. Because data is very complicated, you know, you need to take the data and make it consumable for the user. The second pillar that we aggressively work, how we can surface and work with the government bodies and make this data meaningful for the end user. Because it can be very complicated, it can get very boring, and it can lose its all meaning.
Yeah.
How we can make part of the portals that this data and price realism to make the decision making easier and more informed. These are the two aspects we want to build capabilities.
Great, thank you. So this was a part on PropTech, and for sure, you know, I have learned a lot because it's, as I said, you know, I can comment on it only as an end user. So, and of course, this being a woman in real estate panel discussion, now we will discuss about the woman's role in the industry, and I will start with Sheikha. Sheikha, how has the participation of women in Qatar's real estate sector evolved over the past decade or so?
Well, you see, I'm here today. This is how it was evolving, you know, all of us being here today, our contribution. So from the time it was like very crucial for women to join any sector which is not well known, talking about precisely like nationals in Qatar and being a woman.
Yes.
I see that it was not easy, you know, to start with, but afterwards I think our contribution all as a women of different nationalities, I would say, relevant of that, we are motivating others to join as well. And there is always a place, you know, there is always an opportunity here to see that how we started and what we are today, it's also thanks to the opportunities we got.
Yes,
you
absolutely.
know? Excellent.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Maria?
Well, since I haven't been here 10 years ago, I cannot probably comment 100%. But in general, I could see some improvement when I changed jobs. So, because ultimately my company is a government entity, we have Qatarization as well. However, we try to empower local women to work for us through internships, and many of these converted into job offers, and it also extends to women in general. So I feel, you know, our workplace, it's a good workplace for women, and this has been an improvement for me personally.
Yeah, anything else from Hajira or Sevgi?
So last year we looked at some data points again. It's very interesting. In the real estate, actually there are many women. 60% of the women, 60% of the real estate workforce is women, agent, admins. But when you look at the decision makers, only 3% of them are decision maker, and it is a very common, I think, trend in some certain industries. Then we deep dive and we did lots of interviews with different female leaders to understand a little bit better why this is happening, because you are there but you are not really going to the next level. There are lots of reasons. I will not go to the detail of it, but what we see as industry leaders, we can do something about it. So we started this project called She for She. The idea was how women leaders can help upcoming potential leaders, so they also kind of take the next step to be leaders. And after starting this project, we see that one reason why this is the trend, women by their own nature, sometimes they don't take the risk, they don't think that they are ready to the next level. It requires a little bit mentorship and coaching from industry to create that environment they can take their really leadership role. So to answer your question, how it is not where it should be, but it is not only women, right? When you think about diversity, we all come from different nationalities. Here we bring a color to the table because of that diversity. Yeah. The problem, the question is how we can make real estate more diverse in terms of nationality, in terms of gender. So we have lots of way to go, and there are lots of challenges, but one solution is mentorship and leader companies playing a role to create the agenda, to create that environment for women to push the boundaries in the industry.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think we had a discussion about this panel and even kind of just separating us as women in real estate. I think we all agree more to the fact that looking beyond the fact that we're women, that all of you three are experts in this industry regardless of what your gender is. So just kind of focusing on that, that it's not, I don't want to just focus on the fact that they're women. We're experts in our own right. I think in Qatar in particular, and where in my personal experience, I see women in leadership roles almost everywhere that I go. So it's very encouraging to me, and having been here for about 18 years now, I have seen the growth. And I think if you look at the statistics, Qatar actually per capita has the highest number of females that have undergraduate degrees, university degrees. So I feel that we don't get enough positive PR for that at the international level. So yeah, I'm very happy and positive and confident about the trajectory that Qatar is heading.
Yeah, I suppose, if we talk about your generation, then you will see a lot more women in the leadership roles. If you were talking about my generation, when I was your age, it was not too many. But however, this is it's a global thing, and it's something where, the things are changing step by step. Sheikha and I are involved with the NAWIC, National Association of Women in Construction, and for sure it's extremely satisfying and pleasing to see sort of other women, just comfortably talking and exchanging experiences, getting advice, in the safe environment. So it's definitely, you know, the offer to any woman that are willing to devote a part of their time to a career. You know, now there are different things to support that and to make it easier. So, you know, for sure, I think everybody, you know, in the room will see that, you know, the role of a mother, of a daughter, you know, became a lot bigger with their contribution to society, with their involvement, and you know, with their work and careers. So our next question is, what are the unique strengths and perspectives that women bring to the real estate and construction industry? Sheikha.
Yeah, I mean, that also brings me back to when we had the first presentation in Qatar Foundation back almost 10 years ago. We spoke about the same thing, actually, and we mentioned the same, that women being very detailed oriented, very well organized, I would say, and being very consistent and keeps following up, you know, until she reached the target that she was aiming for. This patience that we have, I think that brings some kind of an added value to this industry.
Yes,
and people learn from that, you know, I think. But I don't know, I'm still with this. I mentioned before we were talking about women in real estate industry and, you know, in general to work. There are some characteristics about women. We are not equal.
No,
mostly.
No,
Then
and we
talk
were
about
not made to be
equality.
equal, yeah,
Exactly.
for sure.
And we talk about equality.
sure.
We are between each other in general. Some women, some girls are like, they fit, they can work. They're capable of working. Some people don't have this passion. And being patient also about work. The same thing applies on characteristics about men, also between each other. They're not even equal.
Yeah.
So we see this equation in general between, it's not about gender, it's about people's characteristics, I would say.
Yeah, and the balancing and the synergies.
Exactly.
Yeah. So how are construction and real estate sectors companies in Qatar ensuring diversity and inclusivity in their teams and leadership?
For me, the question, of course, yeah, I'd love to answer that. You see that we're talking about inclusivity. We start with the company I'm working for, QDVC. We have almost more than 60 nationals working in QDVC, you know, different gender. We have both gender, men and women. We've never been like in Qatar, like being very specific about nationals. We used to have that back, we go back to history even before. We used to get the support from different nationals, from India, from different countries, you know, to help and support Qatar. And I would say like now, we are still open to get all the competent people to help the development of Qatar. They are always an added value to the state. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it's great, you know, to have that for people in the world to have that opportunity and to experience and be a part of you know, something great, you know, to what was happening and what is going to happen.
And still today, a couple of hours before, I was there with the Chamber of Commerce when welcoming the President of Korean Republic. So also to have this kind of contracts being signed, that it's another thing to say that we are open to have more people coming to the state of Qatar to help us contribute in the development of the state of Qatar.
Yes, yes. Thank you. We have, I'm just conscious of time, so to leave time for questions, we will conclude with this question. How have women-led projects or companies shown differentiation in approach, in results, if at all, in the market?
For me, the question?
Everybody.
Anybody, maybe anybody else wants. I talked it out. Nothing to add.
I think you are living proof of that, you know, in front of us, and sort of organizations that have women in leadership. You know, there are different perspectives, different angles, and how women. We don't have information for Qatar, but we use US as a proxy. And
they have done the research, and the businesses that they have women in the leadership position are 25% more profitable than in comparison with other businesses.
Well, I can talk about my doctorate of business that was just recently I achieved. And I spoke about that actually by research and everything. I discovered more than what I knew about it actually. You know, we talk about intellectuality, education and everything. Women are showing more dedication, not because they are like, we don't talk about differences here because, you know, we say that they are available, they have time, they are well organized in terms of they know how to prioritize in their education and their, you know, time management in general. So we see that, you know, we still have area of course of development, but we are always asking, the question would be coming next, I'm sure, support for women. I mean, we don't want to hear this word support. That means we are always in, so we need support, you know. That means we are not equal still here, you know.
Yeah.
And that's what also when I was digging on the research and I discovered so many things about, you know, it's about joining forces, I would say, about collaboration between men and women in general. It's not about, you know, and when we look at it as a competition, we never achieve anything. We would always go back to the same, the same question.
Absolutely.
We need support. How can we support? And by the way, women sometimes they don't support each other, you know, we talk about that. So it's not about this, you know, I mean, with being a woman, I would say if you want to achieve something, you know how to do that. You don't need support.
Yeah. You go for it and you achieve your dreams.
I was just going to make a comment somewhat related to this, but more so about, you know, achieving and doing on your own, but then inclusivity. So I think before starting Hapando, I had no experience in real estate, and then I realized that there's an ability, the industry seems very daunting for someone who's not in it, whether you're a woman, you're someone who's young, whatever the group you include yourself into. But I think there's a lot of room for us here and you in your job to try to make your products or businesses less daunting to your target audience, to your customers. So breaking down the information of the real estate industry so that if there's a woman or someone out there who wants to get involved, wants to purchase a property for investment, wants to find a flat for rent or something like that, just I think all of us here work towards ensuring that our work is inclusive and that we're appealing to groups that aren't normally able to participate in the real estate industry, regardless of who they are. So I think inclusivity, going back to that point, is very important as well.
Yeah. I don't know whether it's only for women, but real estate, due to the nature of, you know, being transactional industry, right? There is huge amount of money, commission, and so on. When I look at very successful people in real estate, they treat as not a sprint but marathon. Because if you look at it as a marathon, then you focus on the service, you focus on the impact, you focus on doing the right thing. And if you look at it as a sprint, like it's a very different mentality. One thing as property finder, we believe that, for example, they always ask me also, what are you going to do if market goes down, right? Because market is up. It doesn't matter. Because when you do the right thing for the user, when you do the right thing with your product, when you do the right thing for your customer, you are there to win. And real estate, like any financial asset, will have up and down. It is like, you know, it is the reality, but you can beat it by doing the right thing for the long term. And I believe that also makes a big difference wherever you are, whoever you are, but especially financial related categories or industries requires this long-term thinking. And that's why I think women maybe have a little bit advantage, because we have this caring, I think evolutionary, caring, empathetic approach. That's why I see, when I look at very successful female brokers, they always play the long-term game.
Of course, you know, the short, you can never justify the investments that we do if it was for the sort of short term. But on the, you know, in terms of longevity and where we are going in our careers and how we develop and evolve, for sure, any sort of setbacks, any difficulties, any challenges, it just, makes everything stronger and better. And, next time when you face something, you are even better and more valuable, to whatever you are involved in. So with this, we will finish with questions to the panelists, and I will open the floor if anybody has any question for any of our ladies. Yes?
My name is Euna Yuk. I'm one of the executive vice president of Hirim Architects from Korea. We are the contractor's lead architect for Altimama Stadium and the Lusail Tower. And actually this afternoon we had the President of Korea did the opening speech at Business Forum, Qatari Korean Business Forum. And there I didn't see any female from Qatar. Okay. So, but this is such an inspirational panel discussion. I came here this morning from Riyadh because we were following President. I wouldn't even dream of facing this kind of panel discussion. I feel very lucky to stop by to the Cityscape Qatar to hear all these inspirational discussions. I mean, in Korea, we are very strong in construction field around the world, but we don't have any such institution like what you have. And I've never faced or even heard any of the panel discussions like this combination. So I really thank you for doing all this. And
thank you. 안녕하세요.
It's very, yes, very inspirational. Thank you very much.
No, thanks for coming. I was looking at you actually when you came. I was there with when His Excellency was there, and I heard the speech. It was an amazing, beautiful speech. He spoke about the phrase, what does it mean to be a friend? And he was valuing the friendship between Qatar. And he mentioned the discussion that took place with His Highness, the Emir of Qatar also. It was an amazing, I was like trying to be here on time, and I was there until, when His Excellency left. So it was an amazing to be there. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Welcome to Qatar, and I will now just suggest there will be a barcode once when we finish that you will be able to scan, and you can become a member of Women in Real Estate, and you can engage as much as or as little as you want. Any other questions? Any other questions? Do you want me to pick? Here is the mic. Yeah.
Sevgi Hanım yardımcı olacak herhalde bana translate'e. Biz şimdi Türkiye'den geliyoruz ve ciddi bir anlamda Türkiye'de bir kredi ve yatırım sorunu var gayrimenkul konusunda. Bu yüzden biz uluslararası ve dış kaynaklar aramak için kadın gücü olarak biz de buradayız. Katar bunun neresinde olur? Türkiye ve uluslararası sıralamada 7. sırada gördük Türkiye'yi. Gerçekten hem birbirimize kültürlerimiz de yakın, mimarilerimiz de yakın.
Bir çevireyim ondan sonra.
Tamam.
I need to be paid for this service. So yeah, okay. She can speak, but maybe I can translate for the audience. So what is your name? Sorry.
Derya.
Darya comes from Turkey. Unfortunately, due to economic conditions in Turkey, there is a huge pressure on the credits and investments, and they are part of a big woman. What is the adı ne? Organizasyonunuzun?
Kodver Banker Mira olarak geldik biz.
They came just to understand what are the opportunities that Qatar can unlock to support them. I hope I cover it. Yeah, that's the question. Yeah. and where Qatar stands in terms of supporting. And there is also another aspect, because I believe that part, also culturally, we are extremely close, so there is more synergies to be created between Turkey and Qatar. That was also another aspect.
Yani Dubai'de, işte şu anda Miami'de, Tulum'da, Meksika'da, Karadağ'da yapılan, Kıbrıs'ta yapılan yatırımlar Katar'la birlikte ne fark gösterebiliriz? Onu da katabilir miyiz?
Of course. First of all, Derya'cığım nasılsınız?
İyiyim, teşekkürler siz.
Okay, iyiyim, teşekkür ederim.
Salam.
Çok sağ olun. So, back to the same answer, you mentioned about the opportunities, like it's for women in general, like in Cyprus, in Dubai, if I understood right. So, what's happening here in Qatar, you look at us here. You know, this is another answer for the question. Look at the audience. You have men and women here. This is the support that we're getting here. All the audience, look at them. Now we talk about also live stream. People are watching us now. You know, this is the whole support happening. Remember that Qatar, from the time we started, how old is Qatar now? What did we do so far? Like really think about it. Like we have the World Cup being hosted here. It was a dream come true for the first Arabic and Muslim country that was very successfully made. Definitely the opportunities would be also because it was with the support of women being involved and engaged there. You talk about the stadiums and everything else. So now you just did in Qatar, if I understood right? So you don't know more about Qatar. You little bit like go around and try to do some, you know, research. You will see more. You know, it's not enough to be here for 1 day or 2 days. You have to spend some more time to know more about Qatar. So,
Biraz anladım ama yine bir ayrıntı isteyeceğim herhalde.
Teşekkürler.
Ben teşekkür ederim.
Thank you.
Çok sağ olun.
Thank you. Teşekkür ederim.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, a mic, please.
Thank you. My name is Diane. I'm from the Netherlands. So we have a lot of women in real estate. But we're not very modern either. So somehow I think it's everywhere the same. My question is, can you explain a little bit more about NAVIC and what it's doing? I've been here for 2 months now.
Sure. So NEWIC is a National Association of Women in Construction. It was originally established in 1953 in Texas. It's an international organization with hundreds of chapters all around the world. NEWIC Qatar is the first NEWIC in the Middle East, and we are very, very proud of that. So NEWIC's mission is to provide the networking and empower women in construction, mentoring, professional development, events, celebration of achievements. So it's all about the women's involvement and contributions to, you know, wherever we work, to what we want to achieve. And we have regular events that, I mean, you can take, also you can join to Wire, and but I can take your details so you can join us on LinkedIn as well, and then you will see what is the next that we do. And
are you planning on spilling it over to the other MENA countries?
It's the idea of NEWIC is local, so it should be local, and that's, you know, that's why sort of NEWIC from Texas or NEWIC from UK operating here, it's not a, it has to be local. It has to have the sort of the local. I hope that the other, you know, the other at least GCC countries will follow us and sort of initiate the establishment as well. So we will see.
Okay, thank you. It's been very inspiring.
Thank you.
Hi, Billy. Hi, everyone. I want to join NAWIC, Qatar. How do I go about it?
You can, again, you can find us on LinkedIn and message us on LinkedIn. It's nawic.qa, nawic.qa. and you will find, you just message us and we will respond. Anybody else? Any of the guys? Any questions? Burning questions you would like
We
to
cannot
know?
invent questions, sorry. But I have to say that actually all the questions we've been questioned, I think the audience, they are the answer. Diversification, women, men, everything, you know, and the
Yes.
support, it's
Yes.
always here, so.
Yes.
And thank you very much, you know, Belly, for the well-prepared, actually, organized, I mean, this event. It was really nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As I said earlier, oh yes, let's take a group photo. As I said earlier, you know, we will hang around for a wee while for networking, so please stay around. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again, and we hope we will see you on somewhere sometime.
Thank you so much.
you.